Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Kevin Goh from Singapore, and today we are continuing with our chess against COVID uh, team that's going to be recurring for the next 1 to 2 months, and today we are having a special event. It's called a team beta, and so over here we have 4 teams. They are currently in play. I'm just going to speak with the tournament director at this point because I'm told that uh, I'm told that the tournament has ended erroneously. Okay, so the tournament has restarted. Okay, so it looks like there's a new tournament link, so let me make sure that I'm getting this right. So let's see if we can go and check out the different names in the team. So there's BT21. I'm kind of interested to know what that what that uh, what is supposed to stand for. So there are 4 players. I'm just going to find out all the team members of this event. So just to make sure that all the names are correct. So as you can see, it's showing up as a test team beta arena style. So what's going to happen is that for the next 1.5 hours, as can be seen on the screen, these guys are just going at it non-stop. And whoever emerges on top will be the tournament winner. So if you stop, you can choose to leave anytime you want, but it just means that you fall way below on the final ranking. So let's just see how this works. I'm going to click on one of these players. So this is Arno Parishtin of BT21 against Mi Bubu of SOC, Singapore Online Chess Kakis. We have the intention of holding this regularly from now on, and if it's interesting and the format works, then probably we are going to do this for a while. Yeah, so this is a kind of a standard Berlin or Rilopes as they call it. Normally white tries to go for d3 to d4 in these positions. The knight on f6. Yeah, here I would have gone bishop g5 just to pin the knight, and then preparing d3 to d4, knight to d2 to f1, to g3. So I think bishop g5 looks like a good move now, followed by knight d2. So the time control is 7 minutes plus 3 seconds. Quite reasonable time control is something of a variant in between Blitz and Rapid. So it might be somewhat on the longer side, but it will allow for better quality chess. Yeah, bishop g5 played. Yeah, bishop takes f6 is kind of strange for me. Yeah, because certainly you want to keep the bishop pair in this instance. You want to go bishop h4. If it goes g5, you go bishop g3. But maybe black was afraid of knight to h5 in that instance. But also there was the interesting possibility of taking on g5. So bishop h4, g5, and maybe knight takes g5 could have been interesting. Yeah, so now black is embarking on the same maneuver. Knight to e7 to g6 to f4, an extremely common maneuver in these e4 e5 structures, and especially that the dark square bishop is already off the board, so the knight would be even stronger on the f4 square. Yeah, e takes d4 could be an inaccuracy actually. I would have preferred to keep the pawns, keep the tension on in the center, and maybe go knight to g6, rook d8, knight to f4, and at an appropriate time I go bishop back to c8, and maybe there could be insidious possibilities on the king side. So instead e takes d4 was played, and now white has a very nice center, but at the same time he has lost the bishop pair. So black is not without counterplay, but I still think that keeping the e5 pawn would have been better, since it further secures the f4 square for the knight. So the queen would not be required to stay here to defend the knight. So having a pawn on e5 would have been quite useful actually. Queen d2, a5. a5 is a nice move. Going for a4, attacking the b3 knight, which is slightly misplaced, is defending the d4 pawn at this point. So in turn, white responded with a4, stopping this threat. And now maybe you can go like ba4, followed by bishop c6, and then a4, forcing through this idea of kicking the b3 knight away. Yeah, this is a very tense fighting battle. Quite an interesting position. I personally would favor black, but anything can happen. Yeah, I feel that b5 to b4 is a playable move, but now the b3 knight is quite secure for the time being. It's not going to be easy to dislodge this piece, and this is an important piece that defends the d4 pawn and keeps an eye on a5, so which at this point is protected, but does mean that black has to constantly keep a lookout at this. Don't mind me munching away, I'm just eating some fruits. I'm quite grateful for the rain, the thunderstorm that just happened, because it's been a horrendously hot couple of days. So it looks like white is taking some time to think. So let's take a look at other games. So I see that Woman Grandmaster Gong Qianyun is online, and I think she's leading the BT21 team. I'm going to ask her to kind of explain what the name means. What does the name mean? Qianyun. Okay, let's check out the next game. Oh, this looks like an exciting one. Okay, so opening was a bishop f4 e3 system against the King's Indian between XY Tan and Super Lim. Yeah, so with the idea of going e7 to e5, this is quite typical. And here generally white goes h3, and after e5 they go bishop h2. Yeah, bishop h2 would have been a more standard and secure square, so not allowing for any tempo gain of knight h5 and f7 to f5. Yeah, I think white made a mistake here because black could probably take the pawn on d4. So ed4, ed4, and I don't see. So for instance, bishop takes d4, winning a pawn, and there's no good discover attack. So even though the rook is opposite the queen, there's white could not really exploit that fact. f5 was played, knight to f3, h6, takes, queen c2, a5. I think black is doing quite well now. He has brought all his pieces to good squares, and white has wasted some time in playing knight to d2, back to f3. Now he went to h4 and then back to f3. So maybe that's just time trouble moves. Queen e7, knight d2. Now knight to d2 again. So I think that's like 3 to 4 tempo losses. There's no way that that this should go unpunished. Yeah, g4 is a weakening move on the king side, and yeah, this now looks very good for black. The bishop is getting trapped on the g3 square. Yeah, now rook takes f4 and yeah, okay. Any recapture on the f4 square is good. Yeah, this looks very good for black. Let's check out the game. Any other interesting games? So apparently BT21 is there's a link here. So what does it say? Apparently it is a fan club for BTS. So evidently our woman grandmaster Gong Qianyun is a fan of BTS, which I understand is the probably the most popular Korean pop group out there. I know this because my niece talks about this all the time. So if any of you wants to go and discuss Korean pop, go and join Qianyun's team, because that's as I heard, that is the only way that you can qualify to be a part of her team. Okay, let's go back to the game that I was following. Okay, now white is completely winning, so not sure what happened there. Yeah, bishop e4. I think after g3. Okay, so black blundered with bishop takes e4. Yeah, over here knight h4 would have been very strong. I think knight to h4, threatening knight takes h3, and f3 is hanging. And then maybe trying to break up the pawn center and opening up the dark square diagonal for the bishop. So instead of knight h4, this kind of helped white, because the black knight is quite dangerous in that instance. Takes. But yeah, bishop e4 is a blunder, because after g3, black is losing a piece. Yeah, but now you are queen down, so that's even more serious than losing a piece. Yeah, now there's no chance. With 54 seconds and with increment, there's no chance of survival. So currently, Caden V of SG Chess Online is leading the tournament with 12 points. I think that if you win, you get 2 points. A draw, you get 1, and if you lose, you get 0 points. And there's an option to click the Berserk option, and then after that, every win you get double the points. What happens if you lose? Do you get points deducted or what? I am very tempted to click the join button. Can I join? I'm going to ask the tournament director whether I can join. Okay, I'm told I'm told not to. Okay, let's look at the next game. So I'm just going to be clicking through random games and just running through the moves. Yeah, this is an interesting pawn structure where black has 3 pawn islands versus 2, but at this point I think black has the opportunity to take on g2, after which white is probably going to take on e6, rook takes e6, bishop e6. Yeah, h5 is also a very nice move, so forcing the bishop to retreat to h3, and then thereafter knight takes h3 and rook takes f3. Yeah, black is doing very well here, because now he can take on a h3 pawn as well, and yeah, this looks like this is good for black. Rook takes h3, and now you go g4, and the h2 pawn is getting pressed. What do you you can take on h2 as well. You can take on h2. I kind of missed it. You take on h2 and attack c2. Excuse me. Yeah, that I'm having a bit of a hoarse throat because I've been talking too much. Yeah, rook takes h2. Ordinarily, you don't want to swap the h2 pawn with the g5 one. Oh my goodness! Rook g8 mate! Ouch! That's a disaster. Yeah, so somebody is pointing out to me on chat that there's rook g8 mate. so that's the real purpose, not to. Yeah, so I guess in that respect, after, so maybe this sequence does not work, because now g5, the g5 pawn is lost, or you have to play rook to c5. Feels like you have to go rook c5. Hey, iBook, how are you? Yeah, this hilarious. Like, I completely missed it. So Caden is still leading the tournament. So I think the other names are not as interesting as BT21. So I'm wondering whether all the players in the team are K-pop fans. Okay, so yeah, we have knight c6 yet again. I think we saw this in the Simao yesterday from Zachary. This looks like a repeat of the earlier game actually. Yeah, it feels like I'm not familiar with this line of the Ruy Lopez. As I understand, the best way to play against 3 bishop c5 is to go knight takes e5, as far as I know. And after b5, bishop c2. So I'm more than ready to hear concrete details about this line. I honestly am a little bit out of my depth. h6, castles knight f6, but it does look like black is lagging in development, and I'm not quite sure how, because after ed4, cd4, bishop b6, it looks like white has established the pawn center quite easily, and like a move like d5 looks good. Yeah, d5 looks quite interesting for me, followed by d6. So if d5, knight to b4, bishop b3, the e4 pawn is not really hanging because a3 would trap the bishop. Let's look at it. So my point is, I think white could have gone d5, and after knight d7, which I think is the only move, knight to b4, bishop b3, I'm threatening both e5 and a3. Yeah, the knight is getting into a fair bit of trouble here. So if black goes a5, I will go e5, and this is very nice for white. So instead of knight to b4, he can go knight to e7, and maybe I can go d6 here, which is something I really want to do. Let's try d6, takes, and maybe bishop f4, so that I can take the pawn with the bishop and establish a kind of a bind on black's position. The pawn on d7 is weak. Yeah, this looks very nice for white. Kind of thematic in the Ruy Lopez. And after cd4, bishop b6, a4, bishop b7, rook to e1, castles, knight to a3. Yeah, white is still playing very well, I think. Putting his pieces on nice squares. Knight to c4 is must be played. Attacking the bishop. If he goes to a7, again we continue with d5 and e5. Or e5, I mean. Yeah, this actually looks very, very promising for white. So knight to c4, bishop to a7, and I go e5 attacking the knight. The knight goes somewhere, and I go queen to d3 with mating threats. This actually looks very promising. So I'm going to check. I'm going to Google Magic School Bus now. So apparently Arno Pereshtin is a character on the Magic School Bus. So it is an American Canadian children's TV series. Paristin. Okay, apparently he's the main character of the show. Despite his usually timid moments and some nervous breakdowns, he has shown to be very brave when he's needed to, and he's very loyal when it comes to his classmates. Very good choice of character. Arno Paristin. Huge interest in rocks and minerals. Yeah. So I learned something new today. Yeah, this position is extremely good for white. I think I can go e6, I guess. Why not e6? Forcing the knight to go back to b8. Because the knight cannot really go to f6 due to queen takes f5. So yeah, of course bishop f4 is still a perfectly sound move. But now black can go knight to e7, and if white goes e6, he can go knight to f6. Yeah, a5 is also a very nice move because he's going for bishop a6, trying to get rid of this battery down this diagonal. What black really wants to do is to bring one of these knights to the e6 square. So, as I understand, I learned that when your opponent has a pass pawn on the 5th rank, so for instance, let's say you're black and then the opponent has a pass d pawn, in this case it's a pass e pawn, you try to put a knight in front of the pass pawn. But it is not so easy for black to establish that because it's a couple of moves away from getting there. Yeah, queen e3, nice move. Okay, once again, preparing e5 to e6. Yeah, but now black absolutely has to play knight to e7, I think. And after e6, knight to f6. And the reason is because the knight on e7 defends the f5 pawn, and thus allowing the d7 knight to get to f6. I'm trying to see if whether there are any tricks here. So okay, I mean now there's a secondary trick of going e6 to e7, winning a piece. So good old Arno is winning here. If rook to e8, maybe bishop h6, or bishop takes f5. Yeah, now e7. So I mean, bishop takes f5 would have led to some complications after knight to h5. So I think white is winning now. He's a piece up, but yeah, I was trying to say that at this in this particular position, I was trying to figure out if bishop takes f5 works. I mean, of course, e7 works as well, but bishop takes f5. There's a very nice tactic of knight h5, attacking both bishops, and in order to save the g4 bishop, if he leaves the f5 square and the f4 bishop is hanging. So probably there are a couple of ways to deal with this. For instance, bishop g6, knight to f4, there's bishop f7, followed by queen to f4. Or the more dramatic move is to go g2 to g4, which also seems fine to me. Yeah. So I guess, yeah, but of course e7 just wins on the spot and the game is instantly over. Yeah, okay, black resigns. Let's go back. Good old Arno is doing well, gaining a lot of points. It's said that I'm being barred from the tournament, so I can't play. Okay, so Arno is now leading. A very close race between Arno, Vertonghen, and Caden Wee. So Caden is trying to catch up. So let's take a look. This looks like a Scotch opening. I think now there's the move Queen to G6. That's as much as I know about this line in the Scotch. Yeah, knight takes d4. Bishop c5. I really like knight b3 at this point. So Bishop e3 was one of my old favorites, and I played it once, I think, in the Olympiad in 2006 against an Algerian grandmaster. I barely survived in the game. Yeah, after Bishop c5, there are a few interesting lines that are kind of unknown. I think there's the idea of knight to f5, which was once played by Jan Timman. And the main idea is that if black goes queen to f6, knight to c3, knight to e7, knight to e3, and this is the key point of the entire variation and the maneuver. The knights on c3 and e3, coupled with the pawn on e4, extends a great control over the d5 square, and as such promises white a space advantage. And white follows up with g3, bishop to g2, increasing the control over the d5 square. He castles, and then eventually he prepares king h1 and f4 with good play. But after knight to f5, black has found an antidote, which is d7 d5. A very strong move, and the point is after knight takes g7, king f8, the king is misplaced, but his pieces are really active. So the only move is knight h5, escaping from the king. Black goes queen h4, attacking f2 and e4, knight g3, d takes e4 with complicated play. But I understand that black should be a bit better here. So this is one of those unusual lines after bishop c5. Yeah, after bishop e3, queen to f6. That's I think there's also the tricky move knight to b5. And after bishop e3 takes queen h4 check, g3, queen takes e4. Yeah, this is kind of critical. Yeah, the last I checked, this line is quite good for black as well. So really the two main moves would be bishop e3, queen f6, c3, or what is very very trendy at this point, knight to b3, which is my favorite line in this variation. So once again, we are seeing the nice pawn centers on d4. Sorry, the nice pawns on d4 and e4. Yeah, but black has exchanged quite a number of pieces. So imagine a board full of pieces on both sides, and that would mean that black is probably quite cramped and lacks space. But here with so many pieces being exchanged, I think that white's advantage is purely nominal. So I suppose white is going at some point g3 and maybe queen to d2 and preparing f2 to f4, followed by e4 to e5 at some point. You don't really have to be playing actively at every juncture in a chess game, but generally you try to look for active play. Yeah, I think black's doing fine. Maybe a little bit worse, but not much. Not a serious issue at this point. So after rook to e1, we are waiting for black to respond. Let's take a look at other games. Okay, here black is looking for tricks, but white should be able to defend this because using the same reasoning, black is out of pieces. At most, he has 3 pieces. And breaking down this king side structure is more than it's easier said than done. So okay, now this looks very very risky. What happens after knight takes g2? Oh, okay, there's f3. Okay, so that's that is it. So maybe queen g5 could be a move, being tricky, threatening knight h3 check and winning the queen. Yeah, but white can sidestep that quite easily. I just go rook cd1 and the trick ends. So I think what black is doing is knight h3 followed by knight to g5, putting pressure on the f3 bishop. Very sensible approach. Yeah, as you can see on the top left corner of the screen, you can see that we have raised approximately 13,000 Singapore dollars. So everything is in Sing dollars, not USD. But by having launched this initiative yesterday, obviously we are all very pleased that we have gotten around 13% at this point. I also see that yesterday there was an event by on chess.com with some of the biggest names in India playing an exhibition event. I think Vishyanand was leading the course, and Vidit was there, Bhaskaran Adiban was there, who else? Gupta was there, and one of my friends, Rakesh Kulkarni, was giving live commentary. So I think they are also doing their part to try to raise some funds to help people who are suffering due to COVID-19. Exactly what we are trying to do over here. Yeah, now the position gets more and more complex. Queen to, I suspect white will go queen to h4. Okay, changing queens is also fine. But yeah, I suspect black is already now doing very well. D takes e5 is probably good at this juncture. Because why I say that is because that after d takes e5, this pawn on e5 is more than likely going to be a weakness than a strength. Due to the fact that the queens are being exchanged, there's no real likelihood of an attack. At the same time, his rooks are temporarily misplaced behind the queen. So d5 is definitely wrong. I feel that I feel that it was a good time to take on e5. So d5. Yeah, queen takes g6. I would have gone queen h4, keeping the queens for as long as I can. Yeah. So yeah, over here I really like d takes e5 at this point. Queen e5 is not quite playable, I think, because the d4 pawn is kind of weak. Maybe I can go f6 followed by taking on d4. I don't know. But intuitively, I think d takes e5 is good, and then black goes rook d2. Yeah. And then this pawn is likely going to be a weakness after knight e6 to c5, maybe bishop to f5. In any ending, white is going to be in a fair bit of trouble. This looks like a little bit like the Berlin, but without with black not having the double pawns on the queen side. So coming back to the game. Now white is a bit better. Going a4, b5 maybe. Yeah, so to recap, this is the Chess Against COVID team battle, but it's a test event. We are trying to see how well the format works, whether the time control fits well with this format. Am I Singaporean? Yes, I'm Singaporean. I probably should mention that in my profile, but yes, I am Singaporean. I'm born in Singapore despite my Chinese name. So I think about 70% of the Singapore population are Chinese, but we are a multiracial country, and we also have Malays, we have Indians, we have Europeans, Eurasians, people from all over the world have taken up residence over here. Ah, nice. So you were born here. Where are you? Where are you at now? And wherever you are, I hope you are staying safe. Ah, I see. How are things going on in Australia? Ah, okay. Yeah, no, it's still called Boon Lay. And in fact, my primary school was called Boon Lay Primary School, even though it wasn't actually located in the Boon Lay region. I'm still staying somewhere in the west, the western side of the island. Arnold Palestine is on fire. Let's check out the game. I hope things are fine. How are things in Australia? Xingnan Primary School. Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm wondering why. I mean, they have played 3 games against each other, so I don't know whether it's because there were not enough players, and therefore the pairing system forces them to play with each other when there are no other players available. So now, this is a pretty complex ending, but it feels like if white could get his pawns going, for example, like basically just charging his pawns down, it feels like white is winning this. So what I would do is I would go king g2. Okay, I wouldn't exchange rooks because exchanging rooks just makes white's life a lot easier. You should keep rooks. And white should have taken on f5. So that was a bizarre exchange of moves. So I think what happened was, I was saying that white should go king g2. Ah, okay, it was black's move. So white was threatening king g2, forcing more or less rook to f5. He takes it, and then I go charging the pawns down, and there would be no way to stop the pawns. The king is way too far. It's not even close, I think. It's not like he makes it to c7 just 1 square off, it's like 2 squares off, so he's way too slow. So exchanging rooks would have been in white's favor for sure. Yeah, but instead, yeah, rook b8, king g7, a5, bishop e5, and now I think it's still completely winning, but there was no need to complicate matters by keeping rooks. So I think what black could have done, he could have tried something like e5. He's probably still losing, but at least you try to go rook f6 and try to try to hold back the queenside pawns. Yep. Okay. So the game has ended. White promotes and wins. So massive setback for Arno Perestin. Big win for me Boo Boo. Yeah, I think Arno is playing against Caden now, so that's a better for at the top. Okay, I just received another link to another tournament, a concurring one that's just between the captains. So let's take a look at that. So this is between the captains, and I think Rodka 247 is Ethan Poe, National Under 14 champion. Arno Perestin is a character in the Magic School Bus. Like everybody knows it. Like, how do you not know this? Sean Go, I think, is one of our best under 18 players. I think Sean Christian Go, I think he's very strong, about 2100. Pikachu Pro, I think, is Go Zihan, one of our young talent. I think it's I need to be sure about the ages, but I think it's about 12, 13. Very strong player as well. Checkmate, go. Any idea? So let's go back to, how do I go back to the, okay. Checkmate, go is a Taiwanese chess player. He's one of the top 10 players in Taiwan. His name is Yang Song Rei. Also a very, very decent player. And looks like he's doing quite well as well. So let's see how things are going. Wow. The opening looks extremely nice for black. Yeah, but here maybe I wouldn't have gone. I don't know about h5. I think it's theory, but looks a little bit risky for me. Yeah, here I think black is doing fine. Maybe g takes h4 now. Yeah, I would have gone g takes h4, I think. G takes h4, attacking the g2 pawn. Kind of awkward for white to defend the pawn. Which SG player is he? I'll find out. Tournament director, I need a name. People are demanding to know who Arno Perestin is. Covalent Potatoes. Yeah, Jurong Point is still going. Is doing well. He has expanded. But obviously, there are no shopping malls that are doing well at this particular point in time. All the malls are more or less shut, except for absolutely essential services. So, Ray Tan is Arno Perestin. Yep, basically the same around the world, that's right. Yeah, it looks 97. 97 is probably a mistake, right? I would have taken on e4. Just take on e4. This is overwhelming, overwhelmingly better for black. Yeah, 97 is definitely a mistake, and now black has allowed all this counterplay for no good reason, and now he's lost. Like, what a disaster! Like, unbelievable comeback by Go Zihan. Complete disaster. I think he just rushed into his decisions. I think this position is absolutely winning for black. I think black could have just take on e4. Just take on e4, and yeah, I don't really see what white really wants. Queen h6 maybe. Maybe he was afraid of this. But I mean, if I take here, take, and maybe a draw. I see. So that's the point. After e4, he's going for queen h6. This is the main point. So maybe I can just take on e4 with the bishop. I don't really want to make a draw in this position. For black, I mean, but I may not have too much say in the matter, because it feels like the black king is a bit too low. So I have to take back what I said. I thought this was absolutely winning for black, but maybe it isn't. So maybe I mean, on hindsight, maybe black could have gone queen to g5, just keeping matters under control. Queen is still defending h5. So for example, a move like rook h2, you just go bishop f3, followed by developing the knight and getting the king to safety. So this position is still not clear, because I think white can go bishop h4, stopping black from castling. Like for instance after fe4, queen h6. Sorry, I mean queen g5, rook h2, bishop f3. Let's say rook to e1, knight to d7, bishop h4, queen to g6, and the black king is stuck in the center. So I'm assuming that everybody knows the rules that as long as any of the squares where the king has to travel past to get to the castle position is under attack, you're not allowed to castle. And I'm saying this because I have seen cases where even adult players, they actually tried to do it in over the board games, standard chess. So it is not something to assume at all. Yeah, so this position is lost. I think the eventually white is going to win this, but now it's not so clear, because the pass pawns are looking quite dangerous. Wow. If they make an illegal move and it helps you, they wouldn't be able to make an illegal move online, because the platform wouldn't allow it. And I like to think that I will be able to find I will be able to follow that. So how is this position? What is this position? Can black hold this? I don't think black can. Okay, black can never win this, because I can just keep giving checks, and it's probably, I mean, this is blitz, so of course anything. I see. That's very true. Yeah, Songray is doing is putting up a great fight despite being a queen down. The pass pawns on the king side are quite scary, to be honest. I mean, you do want to be careful that you don't lose any of these pawns, because then pretty much the fight ends. How is G3? Maybe G3 now. And if some checks, my king runs and it's the rook is defending the pawn. Maybe if I'm Songray, I'll be seriously thinking how I can win this now. Okay, now white has to go queen d5 check to stop the pawn from promoting. I don't like h2. I prefer g3 to have options of pushing either g2 or h2. I don't like h2 at all. Yeah, because now white can go maybe queen to g2 just to stop both pawns. And it's not so easy to try to force matters after that. Yeah, maybe king h3 now. Hard to say. I don't know. Very complicated. Yeah, king to h3. I'm all for king to h3. Yeah, so I'm told that Ray Tan or Arno Pereshtin is Singapore's #1 under 10 player by rating. So not a bad player at all. Yeah, now it looks like if black wants to try to win, he has to go king h4, queen h7, rook h5. g3. Come on, let's go g3. Wow. This would be an amazing comeback. Rook g4. But it looks like it's a draw now. It looks like black will not be able to get out of the checks. Oh, but maybe he can. Rook to g4, queen. Wait, what? Rook to g4 would have been good, I think. Now rook to g4, queen h7. Okay, he must go rook g4. I think queen e6 is wrong. He should have gone queen h7 so they can come back to the e4 square. King g2. Now black wins. Wow, what a comeback. Wow. Now anything wins. Queen to e4 or something. Okay, you push g2 and you win, basically. I think Songray is just slow rolling him now. I mean, you can just go g2 and win. Okay, queen h6. But both players are kind of trolling each other at this point. No idea, man. I think they probably trusted each other a bit too much. So are you a hobby player or do you play actively? Okay, time to resign. Come on. I suppose hope springs eternal. Yeah, pretty much over, I think. Let's go back to the arena. The Junior Tay Arena. So Junior is a tournament director. Yep, so Rodka won. Fantastic 3 points. Wait, so how do you get 3 points? Because I see if you win, wait, how does it work? There's 3, 2, 1 and 0. So yeah, I'm not quite sure how that works. I'll wait for the TD to give me more information. So let's look at the game between Sean Christian Go and Ethan Poe. So I think as I understand, they only recently played in the national championships. Both very promising young players. Yeah, the E3 system is kind of interesting actually. I quite like it. So the point behind the E3 system is that it kind of sidesteps the Grunfeld. So if black wants to play a Grunfeld with d5, the white can go c takes d5, knight takes d5 and e4. So while it might seem a little bit strange to play e3 and then e4, the point is now black is not able to capture anything on c3. There's just no knight on c3 for that matter. He has to retreat to b6 and now bishop e2. And white has established this pawn center, which is something that black generally wants to counter with c7, c5, but it's just not so easy to do so in this particular situation. So for instance, bishop to g4, white can go bishop e3, and I believe knight c6, white goes knight bd2. And this pawn is an illusion that this pawn can be taken. It can't be taken. Yep. So instead, let's look at the game. Instead, black played c6, d5. So transposing into the e3 system of the Grunfeld with c6, h5. Okay, I think completely out of book, and I think he's just trying to wing it. So black is a few tempo down in his attack on the king side. He has to go knight to f8, I think. Or maybe he's not. Yeah, this is like the King's Indian attack reverse, and he's going knight to f8, h5. Somewhere you go knight to g5. This knight comes to h7. Yeah, here I think it is quite imperative that black responds with a6. Stopping a5 to a6, I think. Not very sure, but I wouldn't allow a5 to a6 at all because the queen side collapses. And after f5, yeah, the king side attack on the king's the king side attack is just too slow, I think. Ethan is very good in Blitz and Bullet. Yes, he is extremely good in both fields. So that's Mrs. Liu liking the stream. Thanks very much. Knight takes f6, takes bishop c4, bishop e6. That's my bro. That's my bro, Jazer Lopez. Aruba's number one and only international master. You should join me on one of these streams, man. Bishop e6, queen e6, 1-0. That escalated quite quickly. But yeah, basically the queen side collapses. Okay, bishop d4 was born out of desperation. Yeah, this is lost. Yeah, very, very good game played by Sean. Very mature, just just putting pressure on the queen side. So I think that the critical mistake came after a5. But even though it feels like black was already in trouble before that, so something has gone wrong in the opening. So somewhere, I think at this juncture, you don't go f5. You try to play, you try to put your bishop on f5 or queen on knight to g5, and etc. So I think you should go a6. And while it gives away the b6 square, so at some moment you expect white to go knight knight a4 to b6, but at least the queen side still remains partially closed. And then you can get on with it on the king side. You go rook a7, maybe knight to f8, and maybe this rook can participate in the action at some point. Maybe you go f5, the bishop goes somewhere, and rook to g7, and so on. So I think allowing a5 to a6 is probably a critical mistake, and there was no coming back after that. So I think the rating. So Sean probably does not play as much on Lichess because he cannot be a 1400 player. Yeah, so Jazer is also going to be streaming. Yeah, I'm definitely going to support your stream. And we'll get the whole gang to watch all of us who were in Iran. So I met Jazer when I played in Mashhad a few years ago. Yeah, I mean, as chess players, or in whatever profession that we are doing, there's really very limited things that we can do, being untrained in this area. So if you can use chess and put it to a good purpose, I think there's something to be said about it. So if you want any advice on streaming, or maybe you probably have somebody in the Netherlands who can help you with stuff. So let's keep going. I think there's a rematch between Ethan and Sean. So let's take a look. And after this game, I'll go back to the team event and see how that is panning out. Yeah, thanks for following, bro. So now I think black is, this position is about even. If anything, black probably can claim a moral edge because this bishop is slightly better than this one. But yeah, okay, now now I'm not so certain after this exchange of bishops, because black is getting control over critical dark squares. I would say that probably white can hold this, but it's going to be an unpleasant experience. So for instance, knight bc6, yup, played. Sean is playing well, like making good moves all around. Followed by knight to d4. Yeah, bishop a2. This is a nasty looking little piece on a2. So white is a pawn up, but a piece down, essentially. Okay, Ethan has done well because he managed to change one piece. And he will get his bishop back on track. I don't know about this at all, because now I can take on f5 followed by... but... maybe there will be some breakthrough on the king side, but... I can take on f5 followed by g3, h4, and I go knight... but you can stop me from going to f1. So I want to establish a blockade on the e3 square, but it seems like it's not playable. Yeah, this is good. This is good play by Ethan. Good defense. And black continues with another punch. So if white takes, he goes king e6 and take on e5, followed by penetrating down in the king side. Not sure about this decision. I would have taken on e5. He missed knight d3, winning the f2, winning the f pawn. So knight d3 check. Here, 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 here. Where is it? So here, here, here. Instead of exchanging the bishop, I see. Knight takes a2. Probably missed it. Of course, knight d3 and knight takes f4. Yep. That was quite trivial. Yeah, knight d3 and knight takes f4 is quite trivial. And the game would have been over. Okay, but now it looks like black is... Wait. No, I wouldn't have done this. Not this. This looks very, very close to a draw. And after bishop, something like bishop a6, okay, you can take on e3 and it's a draw. Yeah, black definitely missed something here. Should have won this. So good fighting game. I think there are 10 minutes left in the event. Let me take a look at the. So there's 10 minutes left for the captains. There's 20 minutes left for the team betters. And Vertonghen is way ahead in the lead right now. Vertonghen. So who's Vertonghen? Can somebody share? Tae Yixiang. Yeah, very promising young player. I played him once in the Saimao and he gave me a hard time. So I think he finished 4th in the under 12 national schools last year. So very promising young player. So Yixiang is way in the lead on 30 points. Caden Wee on 18. And let me go back to the captain's arena since there are just 9 minutes left. Let's finish this before I go back. So Ethan is still leading despite the loss to Sean. So Sean and Ethan are continuing the match. Like they are not really rotating, which is kind of strange. Yeah. So in this line, wait, what? Bishop g5? Really? Yeah, so I suppose black is going knight f6 anyway, so that's why I'm trying to see how I can exploit the fact that the knight is not an f6 at this point. Maybe like black could have gone d6, knight bd7, h6, g5, or maybe it doesn't matter that much. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like knight to c6. Generally, you want to put your pawn on c5 and then followed by knight c6. But Ethan has his own ideas. He likes to play quirky systems all the time. Yeah, for a moment I thought he was going to long castle. because it looks like he was going for that. Yeah, it feels like black is getting a very decent position, despite the slightly strange opening setup. Okay, but this I certainly don't fancy this. Um, Keeping the structure if bishop takes e4 is probably better. Yeah, bishop e4, knight d2, bishop back to f5, and black is doing well. I don't quite like the e4 because after knight h4. Oh wait, but here he could have gone bishop to e6, right? Threatening g6, g5. Yeah, I'm one of those guys that never believes in giving away the bishop pair for free. So yeah, how is white going to escape? c4, maybe playing for d5. I go g5, he goes d4, d5. I take this one, take. And how is this position? Take rook b1, maybe not a good idea. Yeah, but at the very least I'm going f5, bishop to e5, and maybe rook g8 and so on. So this does not look that bad for black at all. What rating should we start? I don't think there's really any good rating that you should start on. I think if you want to, if you're interested in chess and you want to get better, playing an actual over the board game is the way to go. There's no better form of training than proper classical games over the board. Yeah, there's going to be a hi Winston. So there's going to be a page. We are setting up a website. So pardon the delay. It's going to take a while because we are all volunteers. So we are looking for people to contribute their time to set all these things up. So I do have somebody who has kindly offered to help set up a website, and there will be a lot more information over there. For example, things like the type of charities that we are dealing with. They will be fully IPCs, institutions of a public character, which means that any donations will be eligible for 2.5 times of tax deductions. So 100% these things will be published, and the last thing we want to do is to or rather the one thing that we do want to be we do want to do as especially coming from an accounting background is that we have to be accountable for every single cent. This looks like a draw. Like, definitely a fortress here. I mean, unless black wins the a4 pawn. Yeah, white needs to hurry. White needs to save the a4 pawn. But it does not look like he's going to make it. Well, Ethan's going to win this, I think. Or he's not. I don't know. What is this? No, he should go king c3. No, but it's still... There's still no good way to... Yeah, okay. Now you swap it off. But I thought that... Yeah, this is now dangerous for black because... for white, because black actually creates a pass pawn on the b file. Even though I think that it is still drawn. If the pass pawn is on the a file, I think it's winning for black. But this I believe is drawn. Yeah, so to answer your question, Winston, there's going to be a website dedicated for this initiative. What is going on? Wow, like how... Okay, it's still drawn because black plays king b4 and king takes a5, but... No, this is just really bizarre, like what's happening now. Okay, now it's drawn. So but if it's 7 plus 3, there's no, I don't see the time actually increasing. So that was weird. It's 7 plus 3, but black is getting flagged. Okay, now he takes the pawn and it's a draw. Wait, what? Take f7, man? Okay. Finally a draw. So I see. Berserk cancels the increment. I see. Definitely there was a win somewhere. Fantastic save by Ethan. I think that was a very difficult game. Yeah, so basically there are 28 seconds left, so I think Ethan is going to win the event. And yes, this is the deciding game to see who finishes third. Feels like black is just winning. Exchange up, what happened? It's only, yeah, bishop d3. Oh wow. Bishop g4. Why does Berserk cancel the increment? It's just, I think it's just the rule that Lichess has set. Wait, what is happening? Okay, black is still winning here, but for a while I thought he blundered. I say thanks very much for explaining. So Rodka, so Ethan is explaining how Berserk works. Okay, that's a very clear explanation of the rules. Yeah, Songrui is winning. He needs to win this game to overtake Zihan. Yeah, to give a bit more information about the beneficiaries and who we are trying to help exactly. Could white have gone knight to e4? Okay, I think he's threatening knight to e4, so I think black has to go h6 now. How's h6? Followed by g5. Yeah, so when we spoke with the charities, we made it very clear that the programs that we are interested in are the ones that focus on families affected by COVID-19. So there are, after a few of these conversations, I was left speechless at the number of families that do need help out there. How was 95 for white a few moves before h3? Here? Yeah, knight d5, queen takes d5, queen f6, king g8, and you don't have time for. Yeah, if my bishop is on h6, then it's a win. But yeah, but I think that's why knight e4 does not work as well because of queen to d1 and its mate. So the mating threat on the back rank it was quite severe for white, and that's why he played h3. G6 here, here, here. Now Song Rui just needs to be careful, and this one will be in the back. Yeah, coming back to the beneficiaries. So these families are the ones that you know, people who lost their jobs. They have medical bills to pay. They may have children with special needs, or they cannot afford to buy, or they don't have computers at home, and as such, home-based learning is a challenge. So a lot of these cases actually exist that that I was not aware of until I had these phone calls. But obviously, we do not have the ability to do an assessment of the kind of potential beneficiaries, and as such, okay, now he's going for knight h5. So okay, he fell for knight h5. Oh no! Oh no! OMG! Oh man! I mean, I'm not saying white is going to win this. I don't think he can, but that is he's cursing out. He's like kicking himself now. I mean, any other move. I mean, he could have just moved the rook away. I think like rook d6. Oh, rook d6. There's not f5. So yeah, I'm not quite sure how to defend that. Oh no, now yeah, knight h7 would have been a mistake because of king g7 and the knight is trapped. If he ever takes on h7. So I think now's the time to. No, I probably would play on. I actually would go b5, b4, and see what happens. Yeah, so anyways, the IPCs are the ones who will be doing the assessment, as since these families do actually go to them for help. FSCs are family service centers, so they actually look after the community who are in need of this sort of thing. Queen c5 check, wow, great move. The point is after knight d7, king e7, knight takes c5, I win the pawn, or probably on b7, but the pawn on the a file will get to the a3 square, or even the a2 square. What is happening here? So black has currently 3 pawns for the piece, probably going to be 2 very soon, but I don't know, I feel like black has some chances. Okay, so the point is, normally you can kind of like do a perpetual, a forced repetition by repeatedly attacking the knight when the pawn is on a3 and the knight is on a2, and this endgame is not winning. There is no real way to force white into to move the knight away, but there is a repetition. I'll just explain what I mean. So what I thought was logically that after this, a4 for instance, knight to c5 would have been better, a3, and now it's important for the white king to quickly get out there. So for instance, maybe g4 or king g2, let's say, king d6, king here, king here, king here, king c4. Knight to c1, king to c3. Yeah, this was what I was referring to. So king e4, and now if king b2, or let's say that is king c2, what is happening in this stream? So I'm covering a test event. Let me come back to that. This endgame is interesting. So king c2, knight to a2, king to b2, knight to b4, and now you just keep chasing the knight. And now, yeah, knight to d3 with the idea a2. And now the point is, what happens if black goes a2, knight c1, takes on a2, the king is on a2, and white's king gets to the king side. Is the white king fast enough? And it seems like it is. So instead, black should go king to c3, threatening a2. White has to go knight to c1, and it's a draw. Like this. So it's imperative that the white king is, ready to penetrate on the king side in the event that black forces the exchange of the knight and the pawn. But in the game, the king is still, the king is on g2, so that complicates matters. As you can see now, changing the piece for the pawn makes a lot more sense for black, given that the white king is way behind. And now he's rushing back. So now I think black has to go f6. Oh, come on. Oh no. Black has to go f6. Because now white actually forces king h6 and king takes h7. Yeah, and he has no time for h5. He has no time for h5 because king f6. And you lose f7, and that's even worse. Yeah, so I was saying that but maybe, so black has to go f6, stopping king to e5. And if white goes g4, then black is in time to go king to d6. And then you get to play on. You are pawn up, and you get some chances of winning. And I suspect this is probably winning for black. King h6, f5. Okay, so he wants to go after king takes h7, g5. And it's a pawn race. Push, king g7, and black wins, yeah? So somehow black won this game. So maybe I would have gone h4. How is this? Maybe I go h4, king to e4, takes here, takes, and draw. This was probably the logical conclusion of the game. But now it looks like black's winning. Because now if h4 takes, push. Still a draw. Oh, but wait, the king is near, so maybe it's winning. How is this endgame? Can the king get there in time? Yeah, but I think so. So for example, here, and now king f6. Yeah, promote and king g6, and black wins. So yeah, now this wins. I mean, I'm trying to sound as confident as I really am. But these endgames are tricky, so it's hard to say. For instance, had the king been on d5, it would have been too slow. You'd be one square away. But with the king on e5, I think it's winning. Or at least it feels like it's winning. Yeah, plate. All plate. Okay, king e6 is even easier. Just queen f7 mate. Yeah, this was a really crazy game, but credit to Song Rui for getting back and not panicking. So I'm curious as to whether h4 would have saved the game. Let's see. Yeah, h4 would have saved the game. h4 would have saved the game, because you just cannot allow he just cannot allow g5, and now king takes h7, g5 wins. So fortunately, that was I was right in my assessment. So well done to Ethan for winning the tournament. Or did I get the game wrong? Because it feels like, wait, how did Pikachu Pro? So it's saying that Pikachu Pro won the last round, but I thought that game, Songrui was black. So I don't quite understand that. Ah, I see, the score isn't counted. I see. Because it's ended after the event. I see. Okay. Ah, that's a pity. But that was a nice game by Songrui. If he had made it in time, he would have overtaken Zihan and finishes in tied for second actually, because I think if he had used Berserk. And it looks like the tournament is over as well as on the team event. So Vertonghen has won the tournament. 38 points, way ahead of everyone else. Followed by Caden Wee and KTYM on third place. So I guess somebody will be, yeah, so SOCK2 has won the team better on 64 points. So I think the results are coming in. So SOCK2 has won the team event, followed by the BTS fan group BT21 and tied with SG Chess Online on 50 points. So that was quite interesting. It's something definitely new to me. I think that everybody had fun. Probably we are going to do this a lot more often. It'll be interesting to drag some adults in and form an adults team. Yep, so the tournament is over. I'm going to just continue the stream by playing some Blitz. Kind of bored anyway. So I'm going to go back to trying to get back to 2700, which so far has not been quite successful. I've been losing many games, dropping 70 points since I last played. So back to playing chess. I was wondering why the AC is not quite working. That's because I left the door open. Okay, I'm playing Blitz Machine. Let's go. E4. Alright, let's go knight c3 again. F4. Hopefully I'll be inspired by the young players that I was watching just now. Let's go takes. Let's go d3. Let's take this one. Queen e1. Queen to g3. Yeah, I think his idea is to wait for me to play f5 and then he would take and play rook g8. Let's go b3, bishop b2. I'll wait for him to commit his king. If he wants to go with long castle, maybe this. I want to take on f7. Okay, but he's clever. He sidesteps that. So let me go a3, b4, maybe rook fb1, do something on the queen side. Go back to e5. I really want to play knight e5, but it doesn't seem good. I want to go knight e5. Let's just do it first. I suppose bishop d6 is the logical reply now. Oh no, but it's not playable. I can play knight c6 and e5. Yeah, I'm guessing that my opponent doesn't really want to make a passive move like rook df8. Yeah, this is something that generally is good news to lock up the center like that, because now my pawns are very secure. Let's try this. I'm gonna go b4. Unicorn wants to play bullet. Maybe later. A lot depends how my form is at this time. So I'm thinking he wants to go bishop d6. Feels like I have to play b4 at some point, so probably now is as good as ever. Yeah, I know I saw this, but knight c6, I was hoping that this would be promising for me. Like take. I was hoping that this would be good for me. Here. Like queen e1 will be mate, but fortunately there's no way that you can get there. Yeah, this feels nice for me, but not easy at all to see how to convert this. Yeah, okay. I can play fast now. I want to go bishop g5, bishop f6. Queen d5. I'll take this one. I'm winning here, but I'm way behind on time, so. When is my next OTB tournament? Nobody knows, bro. Nobody knows. Yeah, that game was quite annoying because my position was... I was doing really well in the game. Go b5. Let's go b4. Oh no, I forgot about e5. Maybe it's not that big a deal. C6. Takes, bishop f6, queen d6, takes. So e5 is in the agenda. I mean on the agenda. Yeah, a5, bishop b5. Yeah, I'm still a bit annoyed over that last game. So if bishop takes e5, he wants to play e5, I'm guessing. Let's take with the pawn. I'm not afraid of any attack. Yeah, I want to go rook fb8. Maybe some tricks here. Some knight to b5 is in the offering. Am I in Singapore right now? Yes, I am. I've lived here all my life. Definitely you don't want to change queens here. Okay, now rook b6 traps the queen. Not quite sure how he's going to get out of it, because now it's trapped. Like, there's no good squares for the queen. So for instance, e5, rook b6. And the queen is trapped. So probably knight to a4 is his only move. And after which I'll go rook c8, and then the other rook comes to b8. Yeah, this looks nice for me. Yep, let's advertise. I could have gone rook b4. Oh no. Oh man. Rook b4 would have just won everything instantly. Yeah, that was really unfortunate. Yeah, I nearly played queen d7 and allowed the queen takes e4. Okay, I go queen d7. Some a4. Okay, now bishop b4 looks nice. No, I don't see a way to defend the knight. Like knight to c3, I'm going to take it, and then knight takes c3, and so on. Yeah, this doesn't help too much, I think. I'll take this. Rook g3, king h8. There's no mate on the king side, that's for sure. Okay, now if I take this one, yeah, I'm just a rook up. This is winning. Okay, let's go d4. d4. Another Philidor. e5. Here I think you go f4. This is called the check Pierce, if I'm not wrong. I think Mamedov plays this quite often in blitz and rapid time control. So it's certainly an opening that needs to be taken seriously. Okay. Yeah, kind of forgot about this. Okay, never mind. Had a brain freeze there. Like, obviously you don't allow this. Bishop f6, some e5, I guess. Yeah, he wants to go bishop f6. So let me try to do some recouping. Let's just go e5. Yeah, I have a troll out there making jokes about COVID. Yeah, fe5, fe5. Can I go queen h7? Let's go queen h7, g6, knight to f5. I try to spice things up. Yeah, and here I can go e6 or I can go knight to f5. I tend to prefer e6, even though it might expose my, even though for instance after f takes e6 my knight might get trapped or pinned after knight f6. I can go f5 to defend the e6 knight, so maybe it's not that bad. Yeah, let's go for e6. And yeah, now I go f5. Oh wait. Yeah, I'm trying to see whether there's a hidden brilliancy here, because now maybe queen h7 works. Like, is king g7 the only move? No, but king g7 I just go rook takes e8. Wow, this is winning. Wow. No, this was a genuine blunder. Like, I really forgot about the fact that d4 was hanging, but now it's working because now, yeah, this is lost. So rook takes e8 and wait. Let's not be stupid here. Okay, yeah, still lost. Yeah, just forgot about queen takes d4, and now my queen is hanging. Initially I thought rook takes e8 would have won, but it doesn't. I'm looking for tricks, but maybe I don't really have too much else other than rook takes e8 and rook takes a8. That was unfortunate, to say the very least. I'm going to be a piece down, but I will have a pawn on h7, so that offers some hope at least. Wait, what? Now queen g8 is made. Yeah, okay, so this is nice, like. And he must be wondering what happened. So back to the Rosolino. Let's go h6, let's prepare f5, I go king h7, and then go for an attack. Yeah, I always want to take with the pawn in these cases. Let's take with the pawn. King h7. I will go f4 at some point, maybe here. But I know from one of my previous streams that if ever white takes on c6, you take with the pawn. So this is something that I kind of learned during the stream. Yeah, generally I don't really like to put all my pawns like that because even though they look really impressive, but it's kind of loose. So I don't want to. If any of these pawns are lost, the position basically collapses. Yeah, I guess I just go bishop d7. Let's go bishop d7. I hope I didn't just blunder with some bishop b4. Bishop b4, I can go queen f6. Yep. And now he wants to take on e7 or what? Yeah, this is what I meant. Like, you have to be careful that you're not losing any of these pawns. Now I'm threatening bishop f7. Bishop f7, the queen has no good squares, and I win the h4 knight. What was my score at the Malaysian Open? So I think I scored something like yeah, just a second. I need to try to figure this out. This is kind of critical now. Let's go queen g6. Funky move. Ah no, I can't. I feel it's hanging. But maybe I don't care about this anymore. Let's just give the rook. I don't care about the rook. Take my rook. I want to go e4 and checkmate. Yeah, it was a disaster tournament. I think something like 4.5 out of 9, which may not seem that terrible, but I did lose to some. I lost to a player who was 700 points lower rated than me. And I struggled to beat like 2200s, 2300s. So that was that was one of the most disastrous tournaments I've ever played. No, let's change that. It's the single largest disaster. Can go knight takes and take on d2. Yeah. I'm short of time. Really need to hurry now. I want to go e4. I need to try to make e4 work. Maybe here. I think I blundered. Like knight takes e5. Knight takes e5 works for him. So I think I blundered here. And that's really annoying because my position was so good that. Yeah, this is. He's calculating knight takes e5 now, I'm sure. Okay, he's not. That's great. Can I go f4? This queen is running out of squares. Let's go f4. Let's just take this one. Oh man, come on. Yeah, I wanted bishop f5. So Yeah, bishop f5 would have pretty much won the game, I think. Wow. Yeah, that's really upsetting. I mean, I'm not the first guy who ever lost a winning position, but whenever it happens, it's just, yeah, so upsetting. Do I normally play the London? No, I actually don't really play the London, uh, period. So only in certain only in certain systems where black goes knight f6 g6, I go knight c3. Feels like h5 is tempting. I really want to go h5. Let's play h5. Let's take this one. Yeah, this is me not really bothered by anything. I'm going to take this one. If rook g8, bishop d3 check, knight d4, knight takes e4, rook takes g5, knight g5 and it's mate. Oh, that's king g8. So maybe it's not mate. Yeah, knight takes e5. Yeah, this looks very, very close to winning. Let's go for this one. Hmm? Wait, what piece was this? It's a pawn, right? Oh, no, it's a knight. What is this? This one. Yeah, it's a knight. Yeah, there's a nice win here. So rook to g8, knight takes e4, rook takes g5, and knight f6 is mate. So very nice mate. Let's hope it happens. It's happening. Rook g5. You have to play rook g5 now, come on. No. That's very, very, very unsporting. He should have allowed knight f6. Like, it's so nice. No. Hate this guy. Wait, am I from Singapore? Yes, I am. I'm from Singapore, and you probably are too, since you can recognize the Singlish accent. Yeah, that's Marina Bay Sands. And I'm guessing that the fact that you're asking yeah, that you're asking about me probably means that you haven't been around for a while at home. Go d5, I guess. Yeah, I'm getting a lot out of the position, but not so easy. Not so easy to make any more progress. Go queen d7. Yeah, at some point I have to go d5 to d4, I think. and I'm trying not to do that unless I really have to. So let's go here. And take this one, followed by bishop f5 or what? So I can takes bishop f5, e4, and then bishop g4, and I get control over the d4 square. Not that I think it's a big deal. Yeah, this is really complex. I want to go f5, but then he can take on d5, and then I don't like to weaken my structure like that. Yeah, I need a good move here. E4 takes this one. No. Yeah, I need a good move and I need it fast. I don't know. I have no time. Where are you at? Yeah, this is probably bad, but I cannot resist. Yeah, this is bad. Shouldn't have done this. Yeah, I'm in trouble now. Yeah, I'm definitely in trouble now. Like huge trouble. Short of time. "19 seconds. Very, very tough. Very tough. Oh man. Ah, rook to e1. I'm really, really annoyed. Let's go. Let's continue with this d4 stuff. So now e5. Yeah, knight bd2 is of course perfectly playable, but I think this is what people do now to just have a different approach, a more aggressive approach on the king side, where you go h4, h5 rather than the slowish knight bd2. So both lines are perfectly fine. It's just that there are different characters to it. So I probably can take on this one. So Bong is not a GM from Singapore. He's a GM, but he's from the Philippines. He's playing for the Singapore Chess Federation, but that's because they switched federation. He switched federations. So I think FIDE is the only world sports federation that allows transfer of players, despite the fact that they irrespective of the fact that they are not actually either citizens or permanent residents in that country, which is fine. I have no problems with that. But it is a little bit strange that this rule only applies in chess and not any other sport. The Fabi was born in, I believe, in the US. So that's kind of different. He was born in the US. Okay, now I think I can play bishop takes h5, followed by queen to g5, and I think it's mate. Is this verifiable? Like bishop h5, gh, queen g5, is it mate? Okay, bishop h5, there's bishop takes g2, which is a nice counter attack. And that kind of annoys me. Like, I would really like this to work, but it seems like it doesn't. I just want to play it. I just want to play it. Let's just play it. No. I think they are trying to transfer Alireza to the French Chess Federation, but it's going to take a long process. I don't think it's trivial at all. Really? You miss 16 story? You miss 16 story HDB flats? Seriously? Who's my favorite top 50 player? I'm a massive Magnus Carlsen fan, like almost everybody else. But I have got to say that the way Alireza plays chess is really attractive and fun to watch. I don't know whether Danny Dubov is a top 50 player at this point, but I liked his chess as well. Very entertaining. How many points am I up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm losing the. I'm going to lose the f6 pawn. Yeah, the funny thing about this position is that he doesn't really want to take on g5, but at the same time he can't really move. Okay, now he has taken, but pretty sure that this was not what he wanted. Okay, now it's the blitz stage, and I have to hurry now. Great. I think I just blundered. Yeah, lost. He's lost. Yeah, awful stuff, awful stuff. Yeah, I was much better in that game. I shouldn't have lost that one. Let's just go knight c6. Yeah, I'm a fan of a big fan of Danny Dubois, big fan of Ding Liren, Feroja, great players. Yeah, this is one of those openings that I used to play when I was a kid. Like, I played this until I think I'm like 14 or 15, maybe 16, and I made the very decent results. I mean, objectively, it's of course not the most sound. What do I think of Nakamura? Well, Nakamura, I don't know what to say. Like Hikaru is a great player, of course. Like you cannot say anything else other than that. But it feels like he's kind of um, he kind of lost the motivation to try to get better at classical chess. So he's more like he very nearly won the World Blitz Championships last year. He barely lost to Magnus in the tie breaks. Yeah, but in any other time control right now, I would say that he's nowhere close to the in terms of challenging Magnus for the crown. So which is something I believe he really wanted, but I really enjoy watching his streams. You probably should catch it sometimes. Like the way he plays, uh, despite being extremely low on time, is really impressive. Like whenever he's low on time, you don't really realize it that much. Yeah, he's really like a community. He's like a professional streamer right now. Yeah, I need to get my act together. Like, how can I be 4-3 down against this guy? I don't like. How is this even? Will I play anymore? Yeah, definitely. I want to play tournaments. It's just that it's not possible at this point. I was supposed to play the Moscow Olympiad this year. It would have been my first time playing bot one for the country, but yeah, it just didn't happen, and probably wouldn't happen in the foreseeable future. COVID-19 is not going away. It's going to be around for the next, I don't know, 4 to 12 months. It's hard to say. Yeah, now he's allowing me to take on G4. He's going D takes E5. That was what he wanted, the tricky guy. But I can take and go bishop F7 or what? That's E6. Yes, that's bad. Yeah, that's bad. Okay, now I want to go rook to D3 at some point. But this pawn is really annoying. Let's go rook D3. Yeah, the queen has no good squares actually, so I can actually take on F3 at some point. I'm going rook E8 after E7. In fact, I can even take the pawn. Yeah, I might even do that. Like E7, I'll take this pawn, and if he goes E8 queen check, my rook comes back with check. No, it's not. I can't do that. My queen is hanging. I can't do that. Wow, this is bad. Like. And now I miss this move as well. Opponent is doing good stuff, I got to say. Let's take this way. This has to end up in mate somehow. King G1. Okay, I suppose Queen E3 should win, followed by Bishop E4. Yeah, so they always say that the opposite color bishops work well in attacking positions, and that was one example. Like, whoever takes the initiative in such positions tends to come out on tops. Let's keep going with D4. Bishop F4. Yeah, this is kind of interesting. I think I studied this some time ago, but honestly I can't remember much about this line. I'm just gonna sack a pawn, I don't care. Hostility. Yeah, apparently the mod did not allow that question from BR Fong. Yeah, I think I don't know if this pawn sack idea was good at all. It feels good to me, but I'm not sure. Let's go a4. Let's try to target the king. Like, I'm way ahead in the development, so at some point I'm going rook e1, and I try to soften the c4 square. I want to go knight a3 maybe to go to c4, and then I take d6 when my rook comes to e1. So that is my big idea. I'm even tempted to go now, like. I don't know, it might just backfire badly, to be honest. Bro, I'm Kevin, bro. Like, you were chatting me for an hour, and then you finally realize who I am. No worries, man. No worries. That's hilarious. Okay, let's try to do some fun stuff. Like, okay, now I think he's sort of struggling with his development, but I have to act fast. If not, I'm just like pawns down with no real compensation. Yeah, for instance, I can go bishop b5 check with some tricks. So knight bd7, I'm going to take the knight, and he has to take the king. If knight takes d7, queen takes d5 wins, so he has to go king d7. And then I can do stuff. Okay, he blundered. Queen takes d5, and I'm winning. Yes. That's more like it. Let's keep up with knight c6. Yeah, it's a bad opening. Don't play this stuff. It's not sound. I mean, people like Magnus can get away with anything. That's why he's playing this. But really, it's not. There are many ways that Black can get into trouble with this. In this line. d5, e5, knight to e4, takes. Not sure if I should go for that. Yeah, if any one of you is wondering why there is a green bar, there's a bar on the top left, and that's because I'm actually doing some charity work for people who are suffering due to COVID-19. So any donations to the stream will go straight to the fund. We have so far raised about 13,000 Singapore dollars. All numbers are in Sing dollars. And there are actually many families who have lost, many people who have lost their jobs, and they have, and many of these are sole breadwinners in their households. They have medical bills to pay, they have parents to look after. So, okay, that's kind of inconvenience, blundering this. Yeah, so any donations to the stream will be much appreciated, but 100% of the proceeds will go to charity. And yeah, now I'm just like material down with no real compensation. This is I don't see how I could even Like I'm playing on because it's blades and anything can happen, but I'm just 2 pawns down. I'm going knight b6 to d5. Maybe rook c8. Yeah, this position is lost, but I can pretend that I'm trying something here. Yeah, I don't like king d1. That was like this was too fancy food. Oh, I see. Okay, he wanted to trap my rook. I see. Which of course I missed. So now if I go rook to c8, I'm hoping for rook c1. I can take and go bishop a3. Yeah, let's not allow rook c1. Right to d5. He's going knight e4. I'm going f6. Just to complicate the position. This position is hopelessly lost, but some practical chances, I would say. So if rook c1, I have knight takes e3 at all times. So he's not able to go rook c1, which makes his life a lot more awkward, given that I'm unchallenged on the c file, which is the only open line in the position. Okay, e4 is also open, so that's not entirely true. Okay, he's doing well. Like he's maneuvering to the f5 square. Let's go a5. Let's try to go after the a3 pawn. Knight f5, bishop f8. Okay, he saw it. Okay, he wants to go knight f4, I think. Let's go a4. I want to go rook a2 later to take the pawn. Yep, like this. Now rook c4. Some chances. I need to catch up on 14 seconds, which is quite possible, I think. That was close. Alright, Lichess is down. That's unfortunate. No, I know now we are back. So how often do I stream? Normally on weekends and maybe some evenings, but not that often. Yeah, I'm playing the Wing Gambit. I like this stuff. I like sacrificing my pawns. So I'm 2 points up, but in terms of development, I'm doing quite well. So I have no regrets. Now he has to go e6, I think, because bishop f7 is threatened. For example, knight f6, bishop f7 wins on the spot. Right. What do you... Okay, I play the Sicilian and the French. Sometimes the Caro-Kann. Yeah, this was unexpected. Maybe I can take and go knight to d4. Okay, e5 and queen a4. I mean, he can take on g2, but I wouldn't care. Queen g2, I go queen a4. I'll just give the rook. I mean, I wouldn't say... I think it's important that when you're starting out, you need to find a reliable opening. Because the younger you learn, or rather the earlier you start learning openings, the better it gets. Yeah, e5, queen a4. That's what I thought. Yeah, I saw queen d7. Yeah, now I think he wants to go knight to e7, and I need to find a good way to defend against, to counter against this. I mean, I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure how well I'm doing here. It looks good optically, but right now I'm struggling to find the next move. Maybe knight to f5? How is this move? Is this too much? Feels a bit too much, but I like making moves like that, even if it backfires on me. Like knight f5, knight d7, knight d6 check. Yeah, let's just do this and hope for the best. Yeah, knight b5 was I considered, but after queen takes c6, I don't see an immediate win. I needed the rook to be in play. So knight b5, queen c6, I have some checks, but he goes king to d7, defending the c6 queen. And I didn't see an immediate win at the time. Yeah, so now if queen takes f5, there is... Yeah, I expected this, and it's important that I get... Yeah, I want to go rook d1, but he's quite clever. He's stopping my threats. But he's not making it easy for me to carry out my ideas. I don't know, I'm stuck for a move. Because if I cannot play rook d1, I'm kind of in trouble. Let's go here. f6 is strong, I think. Maybe this. Maybe queen c2 would have been better, but I don't know. Yeah, this looks totally crazy. I'm just giving away my pieces. Okay, I'm just a piece down, right? Only one piece. That's nothing. C6. I could have gone rook e7 just now. Man. Yeah, that was winning. Yeah, I'm too slow. Yeah, I should have won this game. Like, yeah, that was. Yeah, he's saying good game, well played. I don't know if he's trolling me, but. Let's take a look at that game. I felt that. Oh, never mind. Let's just keep playing. Yeah, I should have won. I should have won that one. I feel. Let's play something. Let's go c5. g6. g7. Yeah, sorry guys that I didn't eventually manage to win that one. I'll try it again if I get another game in the knight c6. Sicilian. That was annoying. I think I kind of messed up my opening now. Yeah, I'm not so sure what to do here. Generally, you don't want to take on b4 because after a takes b4, black normally uses the a file to good effect. Sure, a6. No, let's try to play c4. Goes b5. I'll take this one. I'll take it off. Yeah, this is actually quite pleasant for me now, I think. Like, my bishops are playing. And I can get rid of my double pawn anytime I want. Let's take this one, followed by this. I didn't really want to take on f3, but he was threatening to take on e5, followed by h6. But maybe he wasn't because c3 was hanging. That was so stupid. Like I could have just played rook a d8 and not allow this. So now he wants to go knight to e4, I guess. But if I take this one, so once again bishop h6, I have the bishop c3. Oh, f8 was hanging. Oh man. Yeah, this is sad. Takes. I have to be really careful that I'm not tilting really. Like, which I feel I'm on the verge of doing so. And I hope I'm not miscalculating this because bishop f8, queen to e5, queen h6 check, king to g8, and the bishop seems to be trapped. but who knows. Am I missing? Okay, he wants to go rook e4. I can after which I'll go rook to d4. But this is not the position that you want to have time trouble in. I'm completely winning here, but I need to bring my king into safety, and that's kind of position is still kind of tricky. Whew. That was nice. Okay, let's hope for knight c6. Let's hope for knight c6. Too bad. So this is a tricky little line that I play in Blitz primarily, which is not great, but you can catch a few unsuspecting victims sometimes. I think in Blitz it's just useful to have an array of tricky lines that may catch some people. So I think here black is doing quite well. He seems to know what he's doing, and hence the line is not working. And it's just the way it is. There's nothing to be done. Position is still fine. I mean, probably about equal. Not sure how I should recapture on e4. Maybe with the queen as well. The queen e2 takes c4 and bishop b2, c3, and then yeah, I don't know. Yeah, black's doing fine. I'm kind of in trouble here. Let's take this one, followed by bishop a3. It's time to hunker down and play solidly. I'm going c3. Not so bad for me. c3 followed by bishop to d2, and maybe I catch the c4 pawn. Although now, yeah, so if I go bishop to d2, he's going knight to b6, I think. Yeah, but it's good to have the rook on the a file that I can disturb him with. So now he always needs to worry over the f7 pawn. Yeah, I nearly took on h5. I'm so blind. At some point, I can also consider knight takes c4 because d7 is hanging, but my knight will be pinned, so I have to be really certain that that is working. Yeah, so for instance, I can go, oh wait, queen to c6, and there's some kind of mating ideas. I don't really know, but it feels like there's something for me here. I wish I can make d5 work. d5 followed by queen h5. Maybe queen f3? So I'm threatening knight to g4, maybe f7 is a weakness. I'm going rook a5. Yeah, if I go rook a5. Do I not win a piece? Maybe I don't, but it feels like I'm winning a piece here. Oh, he can go queen d6. Okay, okay. That's not something good to have missed. But at least queen b6 I can go. Okay, now I don't understand this. Bishop e1. King e2 is also playable. Let's go bishop e1. I actually would have preferred to keep my knight. Wondering if I can change queens here with queen to b7, but there's queen d3. Okay, I got to play fast. This position is a bit easier for black to play actually. Not anymore. He should have gone queen g6, that's for sure. Queen g6 defending f7. Now I would take on f7, followed by queen h5, followed by queen h3, taking all the pawns, and yeah, I'm easily winning here. Yeah, this is a desperate attempt, but I don't think that's mate. I can go queen b7, defending g2. Yeah, this is the last try. Yeah, the fact that my queen is defending the whole diagonal is really important, and that he cannot really do anything about it. Yeah, that was a good win. So let's play the French. I pretty much made a living with the French. Like I got to IM with primarily the French, and also a substantial number of games I played when I made the GM title. So once again, we are coming to this line. I'm hoping for dc5 and knight b3. GM Tikan GG, thanks for the comments. Yeah, here my pet move is to go king to h8. Threatening knight takes d4. I'm going bishop d7, I think. Yeah, he wants to go queen to d3, which would be a little bit unpleasant for me to deal with. Bishop d6, I don't know. Queen d3, I'm going bishop e8 to g6, maybe. Yeah, now could be the good time to go to play knight to g4. Yeah, it looks tremendously dangerous for me. Yeah, it looks too dangerous. Because now knight takes e3, queen h5, might just be winning on the spot. Not good. Not good, guys. And I have a crazy idea here, but I don't think it works. I'm just gonna play it anyway. Hey Carlston, how are you? I remember you. Yeah, now there's queen d3, which is again. But at least here I can go g6 and pretend that I still have compensation. I've horribly misplayed the opening, but it does feel that there's still some chances, practical chances anyways. Yeah, I know, right? e5 is total madness. Now the good technical move is queen to d4, I think. Yeah, queen d4 looks good. Yeah, play it. Let's mess with him. Let's go rook f2, and then maybe bishop c6, maybe. I have no doubt that this position is lost objectively, but fun to play. Do I ever play the English? I do. Sometimes. But to be honest, not all that often. So the pawn. So I'm a pawn down. Am I going to be a piece down as well? Okay, this is quite important. Where do I put my king? Here. Probably. He has to take on b2, I think. That's forced. Because I'm threatening rook takes g2. And now bishop g4, I can play knight takes g4. I've gotten undeserved counterplay now. Like bishop c6 is strong, and then followed by rook to d8. This good. This move is good. Rook here. Rook d2, knight c4. Okay, I win the pawn back. Somehow. Knight c5. No time to worry about pawns now. The guy is being extremely technical. Whew. I did it, man. I mean, I'm way ahead on the clock. He has no time. So yeah, c4 is a pretty easy opening to play when you're first starting out, and Magnus is like, yeah, thanks for the donation, guys. Magnus has like he has played c4 many times in critical games and doing very well with it. So of course it is a very serious main line. I think left Aronian has extremely good results with it as well. Yeah, this is a quirky little. I think they go. What do they do here? I think they go knight to f5 at some point, or queen to g4. I don't remember. Maybe bishop e3. I want to go knight to c2. g3. Yeah, I probably should make it very clear. I should do a banner or something just to keep repeating that every single dollar that I'm getting from the stream will go to charity. So 100% of the proceeds goes to charity, that's for sure. Yeah, this is a bit annoying because now I realize that the bishop is hanging. And I cannot take on f6 because of that. But still it feels extremely risky, I should say. Was not expecting him to take that pawn like that. So knight c4 is forced. Takes, and the pawn. Yeah, he's probably going knight d5 very soon. Maybe a good idea to get out of the way. Rook e1. King h2. Now I want to go like bishop e4. Rook e5 I'm taking on g6 multiple times. And I think it works. I'm taking it. I don't care. I don't care about this. I'm gonna take on f7 if he takes on e1. Yeah, I'm in a super aggressive mood today. I don't know why. So I'm not even calculating stuff. I'm just sacrificing and then hoping that it works. And I think in this case, it probably does work. Right? I don't see how there'll be no justice in life if black is able to survive this attack. I'm just going bishop g5 and just crashing through. Yeah, this was not expected. Rook f6, is it winning? Is Rook f6 winning, guys? Mate. Yeah, that was nice, yeah? Let's take a look. Like this felt nice. So I think after bishop e4 he had to go h6 because g6 was just too provocative. And I felt f5. I thought f5 was promising. Hey Eric, nice to see you again. Eric is I'm proud to say Eric is a friend of mine. You know, he's a legend on Lichess. Yeah, bishop g6. Time to insult the London. Eric taught me a fair bit of stuff on the London. I actually watched his YouTube, you know, like he has an insane channel. You guys should really check it out. Like he has lots of instructional materials up there. Yeah, the com is saying rook e7, which is an insane move to make in Blitz. Like what is rook e7? But after rook takes e1, yeah, this was I'm pretty sure that this was winning. But I'm not sure whether there is a knight e6 was nice. I didn't see this. And the point is bishop c5 is a double check followed by rook f8. So this was, yeah, this would have been very nice. And after king to e8, there was bishop c5. Wow. Look at this, like all the pieces are like, look at this. Wow. I wouldn't have seen this in classical time control, I think. This is just insane. Yeah, but yeah, this was also winning. And yeah, this was nice. Eric, people are going crazy now on my channel because of you. Okay, back to 2600. That's nice. That's nice. I was not happy. Yeah, this guy, I think I blitzed many times with this player. Okay, if he goes e4 so early, I'm going e6. And I'm going to play on the queen side first with a6, b5. I remember I played with Eric a few times on Bullet and I was like 20 seconds down on the clock every single time. So I gave up. Yeah, I guess I can go b5. But b5 allows c5 and I would hate to break up the pawn center that I have. So maybe I could go b6 but a5. Yeah, I'm getting into some trouble in this position. Like, it feels like my position is very passive. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think something has gone wrong in the opening, that's for sure. No, Eric! You should check out the game between Simon X Justin and Eric. Like that was a really brutal game. Yeah, I'm not liking my position at all. Although somehow I'm still kind of holding on. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. He's not the he's not the same guy who's the manager. I'm talking about the GM. Yeah, I'm not understanding this position. What is this position? Yeah, feels like I'm losing a pawn. Yeah, this is night and day compared to the game just now. This looks a bit suspect. This is not a bit. This is totally suspect. Like this is going to be made in a few moves. Damn. I honestly didn't cover myself in glory with that game. That was like, okay, I'm setting up a trick, but I don't think it works. Knight f5. Forgot about this. Yeah, lost. Yeah, I kept losing to this guy. He's good. He's good. Yeah, he must be strong. He beat me. Okay, so should have played the London. I'm sorry, Eric. Yeah, now I got to do some like boring stuff. A4. Guys, the guy is tired. Come on. You guys having a lesson with him? Seriously? Should C4, I think. Yeah, I think they go queen to D6. I'm not sure about this position. I might have missed this, messed this up. I think A5 is the move instead of bishop C4. Maybe knight takes E5 now. Don't know about knight takes E5. It feels like there's some knight E8 stuff. Let's go A5. So now bishop f8 can be met by queen to b3, attacking f7. He will go knight to f8, followed by bishop e6. But maybe I can take on e5. Okay, he wants to play knight c5, but I'm quite happy if he does that. I'll go queen a3. Yeah, I thought that this position would be difficult for black to get his to bring his pieces out, but it feels like it's not really working. Now the other knight comes to f6 and the bishop comes to e6. I went I went queen d6 to b4 to b3, and thinking that it was clever, but apparently not so. Okay, let's go knight a4. Fried liver. Yeah, now I can go to c4. Maybe I can use the d6 square. Yeah, this is a bit inconvenient now. Just missing moves. Yeah, this is huge trouble for me. Yeah, the guy is outplaying me completely, I've got to say. I think he overlooked that I could take the e4 pawn. So at least this is something to play for. Knight g3. Maybe c4, b4 next, b5. Just at least this pawn is kind of weak. Maybe I can go. Yeah, my queen is getting harassed. Yeah, b5 is an unpleasant move to play against in time trouble. I want to go knight g4. Let's just play it. Maybe e5 is. I'll go b3. Cheers guys, thanks for following. This h5 pawn is a weakness, this is a weakness, but his pieces are so active. Okay, it's time to kick the knight back. I'm going g3, go home. Ah. 5 seconds. This is an impossible task. Ah, man. I got flagged. Damn it. Really? What is his name? Do you know? Let's go e6. I know David. I mean, I definitely heard of David Norwood. I think he's a British GM, yeah? Strong player. Yeah, this is some recommendation of Hari Krishna on Chessable. So the point is white wants to go knight to f4. Just going here. Let's just keep going. b5 and b4. I think I'm messing this up. Like, yeah, this is not the way to play against this line. Like, certainly you don't give away the pawn. Thanks, bye. Thanks for watching. Yeah, this looks terribly dangerous for me. Now he's going to go bishop b1 and crush me on the king side. Normally white sacrifices material to get this sort of position, and now he's even a pawn up. I needed to create a mating net so that he could win the Brilliancy Prize, which he did. And then he went on a crazy run after beating me. He won like every single game, I think. After that, he finished something like 8.5 out of 10 or 9 out of 10. So totally insane performance. What did I do? Can take on b2. Queen f8, king d7. No. Okay, now I'm going for mate. Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, the game was really nice. And even Magnus saw the game before, because when he was in Singapore for an exhibition, we kind of talked about the game. I'm presuming that I'm not getting mated here, which is probably not the case, but this is the way to set some practical problems for my opponent. Okay, I didn't see this. Yeah, I mean, if I had seen this, I would have just taken the knight. Now knight to f4. I'm getting mated. Yeah, I'm getting mated. So that was very reckless play by me. That's the guy again. Okay, let's try to do better this time. c6. I feel like I'm falling into some trick. Like if I go knight bd7, he's going to play something like g4. Yeah, I think I'm. Yeah, and the worst part is I actually know this trick. So maybe this. Let's try to confuse the guy. I'm actually familiar with this trick, so I don't know why I'm walking into it. Knight c3, bishop c5. That's a good point. Because of queen b3 after bishop d7 and d5 and b7 are both hanging, and I don't really want to play a move like bishop c6. That's to give away the bishop pair. I mean, arguably it's probably a better option than giving away a whole pawn, but at least this one I can pretend that I'm having some counterplay on the queen side. Okay, I kind of understand what the name means now. So, Dave No Good and David Norwood. So I think you're right, Rex. Like, yeah, I think your assumption is quite accurate. But I had the impression that he's a retired grandmaster. He's not really doing chess full time, and hence I'm surprised that he's playing so strongly. I mean, no disrespect to retired GMs, but you don't expect GMs to play so well. And so far he's been murdering me every game. Who's the strongest player I ever played? I think I answered that question the other day, and if you count Simons, I played against Magnus. If you count Blitz, I played against Gary. Sorry, Kasparov. I am not on first name terms with him. But I've played Kasparov before. It's on YouTube, you can search for it. Can you see the Magnus game? Maybe you can. It's probably somewhere in some article. You can do a search. There's rook d6. Yeah, this is lost. Just keeping the bishops to keep my chances alive. I mean, the bishop on b8 is not at all impressive, so. But at least when it comes down to the time trouble, then maybe it can do some damage. Yeah, he's doing great, like really stopping all my counterplay. that was nearly stalemate. Feet away. Whew. Yeah, that was undeserved. I think I was lost at like. So what happened in the opening is that, yeah, if you go knight bd7, after knight bd7, I think there is a move g4. Yeah, the com is saying this is rubbish, but or maybe I just mixed up the openings. I thought that g4 would be good. Oh, you go knight c3 first, attacking d5, and then if you go e6, that's g4. Yeah, this is the line, and after bishop g6, h4, and you have to deal with the threat of h4 to h5, and if you go h5, then white would capture on g6 and completely destroying my pawn structure on the king side. So this is the line. You go knight c3, more or less forcing e6, and then g4. Yeah, and this is good for white. I think it was recommended by Krzysztof Sielecki in his Chessable course. I think the book is called Keep It Simple, d4, 1 d4. So I mean this line didn't actually. I think he just mentioned this in passing, saying that this was what he was trying to do. Or was this the English opening line that he? Anyway, it was one of his courses, either on Chess24 or on Chessable. So surprisingly, after knight c6, knight takes c6, I could have gone queen d7, which I didn't see. Yeah, this would have been best, but even this, I think it's probably a bit worse for me, because after castle takes, white has the easy plan of going d3 and trying to engineer e2 to e4, putting pressure on my pawn structure in the center. So white has easy play here, and I think I'm worse. Yep. So I think at the end I was completely lost. Yeah, knight takes f7, bishop takes, and then e6. Yeah, I should have lost this one. Yeah, coming back to the Magnus event, I think that it was covered by Chessbase. So if you do a search like Magnus Carlsen in Singapore, maybe it will surface. I'm playing against this guy again. So London just for Eric. Is knight d2 or knight f3? It's been a while since I played the London, so I honestly don't remember. I don't know if I'm allowed to post it. I don't really have any issues if you want to. I mean, it's just a game at the end of the day. c3. Let's go queen to a4. I don't know if Eric is still Eric's still online, so just tell me if I've gone wrong. Yeah, nice. Bishop b5. Castles. Yeah, this doesn't look like a very good advertisement of the London at all. Honestly, when I was playing Magnus, I was really nervous because he was such a star. The whole event was held um, in the ambassador premises, so feels a lot like a corporate event with a lot of business people present. So honestly, I was a little bit nervous during the day, and that affected. And also there was free alcohol, so that did not help at all. So the London Bishop is doing well, yeah, covering the B8 square. I'm going knight to d6 at some point, maybe now. Let's go knight d6. He has to take on d4, I think, and then yeah, I think this is a blunder because now I take and I go rook e7, but he has seen it, so resigns. Wow, he actually resigns. Wow, that's crazy. I expected him to just keep playing on like knight to. Is queen a4 good for white or for black? Yeah, I thought so, but that game didn't feel very good for me. Obviously I misplayed it, so I need to check uh, what went wrong there. I'm just going b4, a5, and so on. So, wow, that's a great story. That's Eric making a difference for people. Making a difference in people's lives. Yeah, the King's Indian, the the one and only game I ever played in the King's Indian was against our friend Eric. which which was a huge risk considering I've never played it and I did not prepare for the game. So yeah, what am I doing? Like, where's my king? Where's my king going? Let's just go a3. I don't care. Yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, I shouldn't be talking about the game. Like, that's retribution. I'm playing on. Yeah, that's retribution for me. I shouldn't have spoken about the game. Yeah, so what happened was that Ari and I, we were paired against each other, and and we were housemates at the time, so we were staying in the same Airbnb. And then I prepared all night, just trying to figure out what to do against the guy because he knows a lot of stuff and he was on a great run in the tournament. And then he just like casually told me, "Yeah, I prepared like for 5 minutes." This is hopeless. Okay, let's go e4 now. C3. I think I have this in my com somewhere, and it's supposed to be a bit better for white. Mm-hmm. G3? Bishop e4 f3 was the idea. Yeah, I'm not very sure. I suspect he's going h5 very soon. Let's try to do some stuff on the queen side to distract the guy. Kind of afraid of his initiative on the king side. But maybe there's nothing now after f3. Maybe I'll go g4, g5. Kind of strange. G4, G5? Okay, 1 for Eric. I don't know if you're referring to this, but I'm playing G4 anyways. I want to go queen f1 to h3. Yep. With a very non-obvious threat. Coming to e3. Yeah, nothing's much happening in this game. If anything, I just weaken my king side for no good reason. I'm losing the e5 pawn. So it feels like this guy is making a comeback against me. Wait, there's queen f1. Forgot about it. Bishop c6. It's kind of like a nice move, holding on to everything. Okay. Yeah, this is bad news now. I don't have a good move here because knight f3 goes d4. Not good. Yeah, d4 is strong. Yeah, this is probably good as well. So let's play bishop e2. King takes b2. We are losing the house, but maybe I can flag him. I'm going to try to flag him. Knight e5, queen b8 check. So he should play king g7. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I have this move, and now maybe queen d7 would bother him a lot. Queen b6. Let me try to play Eric's repertoire. Eric plays the Taimanov, so let's see if I can play it properly. A6. Is this the same line that Motolev played against you, Eric? If you are still here. Yep. That was a sick game. I'm not sure if this is good, but maybe Eric can enlighten me after this. So my counterplay is based on pushing my b pawn down and creating some weaknesses on the queen side. Pretty much the only play that I have at this point. b4, and then now I'm going a5, a4. Looks reasonable. Yeah, I expected this, but I'm hoping that the time that he's taking to win this pawn would be very useful for me to continue my attack. So taking on g4 twice, I go a4, a3. Yeah, this is more like it. This is more in the spirit of the position, I think. So let's just keep going with a4, a3. So the good news is there's no immediate check that white has. Okay, so the idea is, I think if I go a3, he's going to take the pawn. And I don't see any concrete gains I can get. So maybe I go queen to c4 first, hoping for knight to a2. At some point, I'm going to go g6, bishop g7, or bishop e7 to f6, bringing the bishop to the extremely important a1 h8 diagonal. And if I manage to do that, I'm probably just winning. So I think I missed this move. kind of tough. Yeah, very tough position. King G8. So material doesn't really matter now. It's more of like who gets the attack in. And I want to go bishop e7 to f6. And doesn't matter that I'm like, I don't know how many pawns. 2 pawns down. Maybe a third pawn down. Doesn't matter if I crashes through on the queen side. So there's also rook h6 with the idea of rook f6. Okay, so he wants to go e7, I think. So now's the time to take on e6. I think I didn't have a choice here. Can I go g6? Not sure. Not sure. Let's try g6. No! Let's go for b4. Yeah, but the guy is not allowing it. So maybe open Sicilian. Okay. This is the dragon. Bishop e2, queen to d2. F3. Yeah, I probably should have flagged him because in the previous games I think the guy is kind of on the slow side, so I was ahead of time in most of these games. So I was actually expecting to flag him, but somehow I was not paying attention. It's going to take on. Yeah, let's go g4. Yeah, I think the classic example when it comes to the King's Indian would be Tigran Petrosian, I think. So basically, he plays well with both colors apparently, especially with white. Like he does very well with the white pieces. I think he also used the same phrase that he basically fed his family with because of the King's Indian. Yeah. Timur Rajabov is the winner of the last World Cup, and he quite famously in the chess scene decided to withdraw from the candidates because he felt that the FIDE was not implementing enough measures to take care of COVID-19, and which was why Maxime instead took his place for the event. I was referring to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Yeah, here if he goes f takes g6, I'm going to play f4. And I think that, yeah, he had to take with the knight. But pretty sure that like it feels like this has to be winning in some way, but I haven't seen. I'm trying to see it, but I cannot quite find a definite win at this point. Let's just go f4. And with the point that if black goes e5, I'm going to take on g6 and then take on f6 with check. Yeah, Sean, if you play the London, you should be looking at Eric's games or at least his videos. Like initially I thought that that his videos are more for beginners, and then I actually learned some stuff from it. So there's definitely something to pick up over there. Knight c3, king a1, and there's no more check, and there's going to be some kind of mate somewhere, I'm sure. Like queen h6 is check. His king can't run to the queen side. King a1. Yeah, I'll be amazed if there's no win here. Yeah, this should win. Like queen g8 is mate, or queen g7. There's a couple of mates here. So this is a violent attack that broke through quite successfully. So the score is going to be 6-2. Not bad. Yeah, maybe I spoke too soon because I honestly had not seen this. If I take, he goes checks, and I'll probably lose this. So maybe just take this one. Wow. So the threat is queen e5 check, and that's mate. So if I go c3, so if the point that there's no good way to attack the c3 pawn, takes queen e5. Oh, I have no choice but to do this. Now I'm running short of time. Like I got complacent there. Like absolutely the wrong thing to do. Now I'm gonna lose some time. Like that's insane. Yeah, that position was completely winning. Unbelievable. He found a very nice trick with bishop g4. Wow. And yeah, okay, let's keep playing first. I want to win the next game. Yeah, that was amazing defense by my opponent. I got to give him a lot of credit for that. Like really resourceful. Yeah, the queen on f4 was very well placed over there. So yeah, this position, yeah, it's made in 10. Yeah, so he was threatening queen to e5. Yeah, and the point is, what I overlooked was after rook takes c3, I was intending bishop e6, but there was the insane rook c1 check that I only saw at the last moment. And after rook c1, queen e5 is mate. Yeah, according to the computer, like the position is already extremely unclear. So Yeah, knight a4, like what a move. Bishop g4 and knight a4, the two really amazing moves that I overlooked because I was complacent. So if king to b1, knight to c3, and then you go king to b2, knight to a4, and king a3. So this is the way to win, which honestly I would probably never find it, even if I had more time then. Like this, walking the king out, then when you are about to checkmate the opponent just doesn't seem to make much sense. So yeah, so this was amazing defense, bishop g4. Like I really love it. I had to take with the bishop. Can I take with the rook? Probably not. I think this is mate. Like this is mate. So bishop g4, yeah, knight to a4, great move, and the only win. So even though the computer is saying like +11, but it doesn't really matter because the way to get the king to safety is quite difficult to find in Blitz, I think. So I mean, I'm not making excuses for myself, but just saying that this position is so crazy. And now this with 3 pawns for the piece, I was definitely up against it. And obviously I felt like completely taken by surprise and spent too much time unnecessarily. Yeah, I played against this GM the other day. He's quite strong, but I think he's no longer active and he's just playing Blitz most of the time. I think we had the same opening as well. Yeah, what did I do here? I think I just kept pushing pawns. Yeah, I probably should check the opening line a little bit deeper after this. But that's what I said the other day, but I still continued playing the same stuff without checking. Yeah, this game ended in a draw, I think, the other day. Knight g5. IB preparation. Sean, are you Singaporean? Because even your name, like your username is kind of quite very Singaporean in style. Yeah, Eric was saying that when you're studying your openings, it's very useful to just know like who are the role models who play those lines and just take a look at how they are treating the opening. That really kind of saves a lot of time because you can be assured that these guys they spend their lives studying preparing their opening repertoire, so they really know what they are doing. Don't quite like my position, but it's not too bad, I guess. This bishop is badly placed. I want to go rook to e1. Dubov. I wouldn't say that, you know, I mean, it's hard to define what is really world class. But how do you define world class? It's kind of it's kind of tough. So now b6 I have knight f6, and I think I win material. No, I can't. There's rook takes f6. Wow, just but I can play knight takes c5 maybe, and then bishop takes c6. So Dubov is well known for his creative opening repertoire. Of course, to amateur players like us, normal human beings, of course, it seems like whatever he's doing is amazing. But you know, if you're a strong player, you are talented, you can find creative ideas, and you spend 8 hours a day looking at your com, it's quite possible to find nice ideas and prepare deeply. So I wouldn't say that it's something that is completely out of this world, but we should not also over over glorify these things. It's just my opinion. I don't think there's a right or wrong to that. Mate. Yes. It's always nice to play against GMs and then win. Yeah, I think I got tricked. I don't really want to play the Maroxybine. But it's a bit too late now. See it. Honestly, well, I mean, a lot of us, we are using computers to work on chess, and I think the level of creativity tends to be diminished the more you use computers. So for instance, I mean, I'm nowhere close to 2600. I will never be a 2600 GM, but the way I train is good enough to get me to 2500. I think the point is that the way I train is very academic in nature. So it's more of we study what the top GMs play, and then we try to follow in their mold. We try to understand what they are doing, and when you have limited time, you just don't have the ability to find ideas of your own. You tend to copy the ideas of these professional players, and I don't think it's a wrong approach. It's just the practical way of doing things. So in that respect, creativity is kind of hard to really. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say, but basically it's just something that is hard to come by when you are studying chess in a academic manner. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm in deep trouble. Take. Why is he doing this? Yeah, I'm a pawn down, but if I can get bishop f8, king g7, and not allow the bishop to come to say f6, then I'm actually not doing all that badly. So I want to go king e7, king g7, bishop e7. I think I saved it. I've saved it. I think this is drawn now. Yeah, position was horrendous. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is a draw. I'm gonna take this one and then take this one. So I go rook a5, king f4, and yeah, this is drawn now. Not bad. d4 and yeah, I wanted to go bishop f4. Yeah, I don't really know how to avoid this Philidor. A little bit sick of it. Bishop g5. Let's go e4 then. Okay, you win. You generally want your bishop to be on e3 and not on g5 at the in this line. So I misplayed this a little bit, but maybe it's not such a big deal. Castle. Yeah, b5. So b5, I'm just playing knight to b1. Now it's a race. G3. Knight to e2. Yeah, my position is quite promising in my opinion, because I'm able to get a knight to f5, and that normally counts for something. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like how I study my openings, and generally I look at books, I watch videos, I enter the lines on Chessbase, and then I'll switch on the engines just to make sure that the lines are sound. And when you, I mean, this way of preparation is not all that bad, but at the same time, you are kind of relying on others. So which is what I meant by, it's just not so easy to be creative in your work. It's just a lot more. It's just being you're just practical when in terms of the way you do things. So now rook b2, I have knight e7, and I think I win. So I'll win the queen at the end. I'll go fg7, king g7, knight f5, and I'm loads of pieces up. I'm like 2 pieces up. So yeah, rook c2, king b1, and then I go knight to d4. Hmm. There should be a way to try to trap the rook. Maybe this. Rook c5, bishop b4. Yeah, I'm a piece up, right? And now I'm a rook up. So I think now is a fair time for him to resign. Yeah, I'm not gonna let this one get away. Famous last words. Oof. Yeah, I think I need to go and get some food. I haven't eaten all day. Like, because I was trying to do the stream earlier on in the day with because of the charity, and then I just decided to play some Blitz, and from 2 hours it became 4. So I'm heading off. I'm not sure if I'll be back later, but thanks very much for following. Sorry, just munching my grapes. That sounded a bit wrong. Yeah, thanks very much for the company, and I'll see you guys soon. Cheers, guys.